Yo, good morning, Iger. I might be offsides here. Thought we were breaking out. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It might be a sweep, though, is what it's looking like. Yo, what's up, Marlon? Good morning. Good morning, Leo. Right now, I want to see these sellers start chilling out a little bit. They were pushing down here, and I was thinking maybe this is a sweep reversal coming back down. Because these buyers were strong. I don't know if you guys were watching, but as this was kind of breaking out right here at the open, it was kind of looking like maybe we were going up for the day, is what it looked like to me. But these sellers were able to take it down pretty easily right here. So I want to see these sellers get overpowered by the buyers pretty quickly. Otherwise, I'm thinking we could be reversing this whole move. Yeah, right here. See that? So it lead me to believe that sellers might take control of this thing and bring it down back into the value area. I might stop out of this. I think I'm going to tighten up my stops here, just not let it come all the way back on me, or all the way down to my stops. It's looking kind of like this is a fake breakout up here, you know? Golly. I hate getting faked out right at the open. Bummer. Maybe we come tap VWAP like we did previously. That was a dirty move, but should have been ready for that. Um, really, the idea was if this was a sweep, at least for me, after it did this, I was thinking, okay, well now it's really going, because we didn't come down past this VWAP after sweeping, so I thought we were breaking out. Could potentially take a bounce right here. I'm waiting to see if sellers are bringing it below VWAP and the point of control right here. Yeah, sellers are looking strong right there. Still pushing it down. Getting a little bit of support down here at 40. Sellers still strong. Probably sit on my hands here just for a second. Sellers still strong here. Looking like we might be going for this value area low here. Was expecting a dump last night, and I'm wondering if this is kind of the start of it. Let's see. Um, we had a gap on dollar. When it sold off, I believe dollar is going to go up to fill a gap, then come back down. Hence why we may see sellers come in. Copy that. Yeah, Marlon, are you always watching uh DXY? Man, bummer. Nice. Yeah, appreciate the call outs. I'll probably wait for this long setup down here. Oh man, that's a bummer. It looks like my bot tried to take a trade up here short, and I cut it all off when I stopped out. I when I have multiple accounts in a trade, I tend to hit flatten all when I'm ready to get out of all of it and just close, cancel, and flatten everything. So I gotta be mindful of that. Could be going for 926. That's what we were looking for last night. So I'm gonna be watching this area and this area for potential long. But I don't like. I want to use my discretion. If my bot wants to get in blindly, it can. I want to use my discretion for so I'm not just blindly getting in here if it still looks like sellers have control. This is a nice little bounce here. We got support at 25.20. You can see this absorption here. Some powerful buyers coming in at 25. Looks like they're kind of getting equalized by sellers right now. I missed that. Did I just get a? I just got a notification. Sorry, did I get a follower or? Yo, what's up, Song More? Good morning. Remember yesterday at high, the session lows. Oh, nice, man. That's what I'm talking about. Nice work. Yo, what's up, Jan? Good morning. Let's take a look at the higher time frame here. I'm gonna actually look at ES. It's kind of looking like maybe it could take off from here, bounce from this area, and not come down here. It's kind of what it's looking like at the moment. I'm trying to wait to see if sellers are exhausted. Looks like not yet. Looks like we got a little consolidation down here. I like it long. I mean, it might be long up to this area, so it might not. Might be short lived. It might be up here. I don't know. Maybe a re-entry short if we get up here. before coming down here. Yeah, Marlin, I see this gap right here. I was kind I was hoping we would come down here so I could take this long because I actually like it long, and I feel like I need more confirmation up here to ensure that we're actually going to reject from up here and start going short. Maybe if we get a shoot down here, um, that would kind of be ideal, I think. Um, Footprint is pretty lackluster right now. Not a whole lot going on the footprint. Uh, yeah, it definitely does. Usually an inverse relationship. Not always, but usually inverse relationship. Looking like sellers pretty strong here. We got some passive selling here. Over 200 contracts at 25.19. 118 contracts at 25.22. So holding price down from 25.19 right now. Sellers are. So a little bit weary about just taking it long right here, but let's see how buyers react around 25,000. Watching closely here, it looks like we got a little bit of buyers, but we're coming up to that 25.19. Are we breaking above it? Looks like it. Damn. Might be looking for a long entry here. I'm a little bit late. Buyers are here. We broke over that 19 and 23 level, and buyers got aggressive. Damn. I missed it. Looks like it was just a little bit shallow. I wanted to see it a little bit deeper in there, but that's okay. All right, might get another chance down here. Support down there at 2503, or sorry, 2505. All right, I'm going in here. It's looking a little like sellers are pushing this thing through this level. We might be coming down here. I don't love it so far. Not a lot of support down here. I saw support get taken out. And now it looks kind of free and clear to start expanding lower. I might bail on this position. I don't know about this long yet. I think sellers are going to push through this area and come down here. That's what it looks like right now. So if we break this low, I'll probably bail. I don't like it. Sellers are really looking like they got this thing. I'm out. If it changes, I can get back in, but right now I don't like it. Dolly's going up on 2 hour, creating a pin bar. Copy. First sign of buyers being alive here. passive sellers right here at this level around 90. See if we break up. It's looking a little decent here. All right, I'm going back in. Back below 90 is it's not going to be good for this trade. Still don't know about this yet. If we get a nice expansion above 25,000, then I'll feel good about this. Otherwise, this still could be a pullback, and then we're continuing short. The reason I got in is because we started breaking up above resistance that we were having passive selling, and I saw aggressive buyers come in. But I'll be honest, the buyer's kind of dying out right here. Unless we get over 25,000 and start getting aggressive, still not feeling great about this trade. I feel like it could come back down aggressively. So if we start punching through these lows here, these wick lows, I might get back out. I'm gonna be nimble. I don't want to be holding if it's coming all the way down here. I'm being a little tight with my stops. I don't want to. Basically, what happened yesterday was I was just going with these setups, trusting it, and ended up taking a much larger stop out than I needed to. So I'm gonna be, if this is coming down and breaking this low, I'm just gonna be out, unfortunately. Added back right here. Stop at the same level that it previous candle low. Might have another ad coming up on this pullback at 25,000. Now breaking below it. Not loving price action right here, so I'm not going to add. I'd rather be safe than greedy right now. Still looks like we could come back down here. We might just be consolidating in here as well. We might not be going back up immediately. Breaking back below those resistance levels. Under 25K, not great. worried we're going to start building some value for sellers in here, and we're still going to go down here. So still concerned about this trade, essentially just getting swept, um, getting acceptance underneath this level, and then coming down here. So that's my concern right now. Just watching to see, do these sellers are really continuing to push this down. It's looking like they're going to get it. All right, got stopped out here. Looking like sellers have control of this thing, and I'm not even sure if I want to long down here if they're going to keep driving this thing down. Yeah, we could get a dump. Mm, yeah, might need to hop on board this downtrend. Yeah, oil is not chilling. I'm wondering if this is the start of a big the move that starts digging into all this overnight. Potentially no bounces. Looks like this is about to squeeze. I'm going short right here. Yo, good morning, Monster. I think it's a possibility that we start dumping. Um, Obviously, I don't love being in this low here for this short, but looking like sellers are dominating here, and it's kind of looking like a potential grind down. And when you catch on to those grinds down, sometimes you just got to hop in. Nice, Monster. My my Discord would probably always say collecting data. All right, we have resistance here at 972. Hoping we can hold below 972, and then next level up is 975. So 975, 972. Would prefer not seeing us above that, especially getting aggressive to the buy side. I'm gonna add right here. Looks like it might be wanting to pull back up here, unfortunately. It might be coming up into this gap. Back below this resistance here at 972. Hope we hope we can stay below this. If we keep messing around above 972, it's kind of looking like we got a deeper pullback inbound, potentially up to 990, which would be a better entry. Like 2 separate burgers or a double? I usually don't eat double burgers, but I have an In-N-Out, like, within walking distance from my place, and, double is pretty much all I get. Oh, nice. Where are you getting it from? It's so funny how you guys call them chicken burgers. Is it like, just a like a fried chicken breast patty? Still looking like we're potentially at risk for coming up here. Yeah, I'll let you know when I think it's gonna cool when it's cooling off. I don't think it's completely cooled off yet. I think we're still coming up here. Okay, nice, man. Do you guys have, you guys probably don't have, like, Chick-fil-A and Popeyes, huh? Okay, if it's consolidating now, I'll go do some gardening. Nice, man. I can't be asked. I took it short from 25.80. Stop. Got stop and took it from 24.990. Still getting stop probably. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a little bit of room. I think it looks pretty damn good, unless we're trying to go up to this. Like you've got to assume if we are gonna dump, there's probably gonna be some tricky stuff going on, including deeper pullbacks. So if it wants to come all the way up here, I'll stop out and then potentially re-add around VWAP. It's looking like it's more building for a long right now. Not I'm still not thinking it's a long. I'm thinking it's a pullback. Yeah, it's gonna pop. I think I think we're potentially coming back up here. What's up, NS1? Thanks for the follow and good morning. I've been using my X to TP on or actually it's nicer than I thought. Oh, dude, are you talking about your hotkey? Hell yeah. Yeah. If you're waiting for the short still, I think waiting for up here might be kind of the area. Hello, I just here to watch and learn. Cool, NS1. Feel free to ask any questions, man. All right. Um, yeah, once again, it's just we got support down here at 24,980. If we can break below 980 and 976, then maybe we come down to the bottom of this range. I might just close it out and then wait because I'm still thinking we're at risk of this coming all the way back up here. And if it does, I would rather have this position than the position I'm in right now. Looks like he's coming for the stop and coming all the way up here. Yeah, I'm still feeling like this is the area up here, probably. Might get a scalp down to the low right here. You took a long from 24,978. 24, 987. Okay, copy that. Nice. Maybe one more pump. I think it's about to wake up to VWAP. A little bit of passive selling here at 25.10. I think this. Aggressive buyers up here. A little bit worried about the amount of momentum we're accumulating up here for longs. Looks like it's coming back up. Push up to VWAP. We might be reversing here. This is looking like, I don't know, it's a possibility. I'm going to give this short one more shot. But it does look like, I mean, this is looking a little bit long right here. And if we start reversing this, I think we're going to squeeze big time. Let's see. Now would be the time that it comes down. We got a little support here at 20 and some passive selling at 26. But it still looks like it could get aggressive above 26. I don't know. To me, it's still looking like this could be a big upset reversal, and it could be coming to take these highs out. Above VWAP now, and aggressive buyers at 26. Again, support at 25.20, and we're staying above it. Man, I think it's going up. It's gonna squeeze again, I think. I don't know, guys. I'm just my timing is way off right now. I was trying to catch this long down here when it was going short, then I'm trying to short it when it's going long. And I think this could be a reversal. I think I'm gonna wait. It might be coming up to here, and if it comes up to here, I'll short. Yeah. Um, it's just it's man. Let me analyze what the hell I did here. Went long here, thinking it was a breakout, so missed this short. Came down here into my long setup. I tried to long it. It was going short, right? So I went short. Then it starts reversing to go long. I continue to try and short it over and over and over here, and it's going long. So timing is off, and too many wrong side trades. Man, yeah, looks like it's coming up. I don't know how long, but or how far it's going up, but that short idea is not playing out. That's for sure. All right, I'm trying it again. I see some passive selling happening on the footprint at 25.32. Oh, geez. Nope. Oh, bummer, monster. I'm not having the best luck today. Now it wants to go short. Are you kidding? I don't know. I'm gonna chill for a second. NS1, no, this is not Bitcoin. This is NQ or MNQ. I'm watching carefully. It might be coming down back down now, but I'm not sure yet. Give me one sec. I'll be right back. I'm gonna replace one of these evals. Yo, I'm back. Um, I don't know what we're doing here. I think maybe here would be the best short entry, but I don't know if this could be a surprise and we go long. Already, this was a big surprise here. Monster, yeah. Oh yeah. This is tricky price action. You can see it's like slamming down, then popping back up immediately. I might try short here, just based on what I'm seeing. It might be safer to wait for up here, though. Let's see. Yo, what's up, Brian? I was here yesterday and been here today. Just been quiet, but I have news. Past two evals. Nice, brother. That's phenomenal. Now you're gonna take it easy on those fundeds. Damn, missed that short, huh? I'm watching. I don't know if I trust it just yet, but maybe. Still might be early on this. It could come back up here. Man, I'll tell you what, the short, trying to take this thing short is frustrating. I think I'm just gonna wait until it hits that. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sit on my hands until it hits here. Why are the evals not sorted on the accounts list? Monster, it just depends on what order they're in. Like, you know, it'll. I could probably have it sorted, but I don't know. I don't have it like as a sortable list for the time being. Damn, you got some out of that, Frozzy? You must have been adding up here, huh? Nice. No way. If it just starts dropping here, no way. Nice, Monster. Well, at least you didn't go negative 1800 in 30 minutes. First mistake I made was going long on this, although I mean this was looking like it was breaking out. Missing this short, then trying to go long here, and then trying to go short up here. I mean, basically I was wrong on my timing here. I was wrong here, I was wrong here. I suppose I could have been right going long here, but the timing was off for me because I started shorting as soon as it started hitting this. And I saw these two absorb right here. I'm wondering if we're gonna do like a surprise breakout to the upside. I mean, these lows look pretty damn ripe, but I'm just after this long here, I'm just not sure. But this is looking like the ripest setup right here, short. All right. So we're in the area. I just don't know yet. I'm still kind of thinking this could be a whole reversal that goes and takes this high that we reversed on. Big buyers in here. Wow, look at that thing. Man, um, I just don't even know how you can take advantage of this, really, unless you're ready for this bounce right here. I'm trying to take it short right here. Let's see. Yeah, it's probably not going short. It's probably just going to break these highs and go long. Let's see if we get a quick pullback and then expansion up. It's kind of what it's looking like. Iger, today's pissing you off. Yeah, man, it's pissing me off too. it's um, it's pretty wild so far. Fake breakout at the top, fake breakdown down here, come all the way back up to the top. Yeah, looking like a damn breakout. 104. Not quite sure here. Maybe we get a breakout here. Kind of looking like we could be having some resistance up here. Last time we were up here, we just V-shaped reversed instantly. Yeah, I'm not sure yet, Iger. It was looking like we were going to potentially squeeze above these highs, but I'm just definitely weary of this because of what happened last time we were up in this area and what it's doing right now. Let's see. Do we break this high? Mm. Man, I'm thinking we could just squeeze long. I'm not sure. Yeah, this thing's being tricky. See if I can get a little something. It might come down to here, this level, and start rejecting and going up. I'll be ready for it. Frazi started a long scalp. Um, yeah, I don't know. Maybe we bounce from here, 25.50. But if this V shape, if this does a V shape, then I'll be ready. Hopefully, I can hold this. I'm in with one micro, just trying to get something under my belt. Jeez. I would love to be able to get an ad into this if we can come up um, around 25.70 or above. Iger, I don't know. It could go to VWAP again. Yeah, it's looking like it's kind of shooting for at least down here. Maybe point of control VWAP again, and maybe we bounce. But I'm just gonna be watching carefully. These sellers are tricky. You know, they'll just pop in right at the right moment and start taking it down. But yeah, it's looking like down here could be a potential target. Quick tap on that value area high right there. I can see aggressive buyers up here at 65. Copy that, Frozzy. Yeah, hopefully this market will clean up a little bit while you're eating, man. A little bit of passive selling here at 64.70, or I think it's 64.50. Good Lord. Come on, give me a break. Look at this shit. Gosh, it's so frustrating, y'all. God. That's insane. Come on, y'all. Come on. Very, very annoying. Where's Coda? That's right, man. I'm going to bring him in. Hopefully he can cheer us up. Yeah, let's get that guy in here. I think everybody needs a little Coda hug. What's up, Coda? We want to come cheer everybody up. Oh, hey, Martin, you keep waiting. Too bud. Hey, what's up, buddy? Yeah, come on. That's my good boy. Hi. Oh, say ooh. Yeah, can I have a hug? That's my good boy. That's my good boy. Yeah, that's my good boy. Can I have a high five? Yeah. Yeah, that's my good boy. I say ooh. Yep. That's my good boy. I love you. Yeah, good boy. That's my good boy. I love you. Nasdaq sucks today. Say it. Say NQ sucks. Yeah. Wanna go inside? Mark, you wanna go inside? 'Cause- 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 Oh, all right. I mean, it looks like we're squeezing. Sweep the highs, sweep the lows. Now we're going long. We're going long while we got bearish news on Iran. Um, no surprise there. Coda makes everything better. We might get another squeeze here. I might take a long here. I don't know. No, based on how it's acting today, maybe it comes all the way down here before it squeezes. So maybe I'll chill for a second. I like this absorption right here. Every trader who's buying will eventually have to sell. Yeah, I mean, you can hold it forever. That's what investors do. Oh boy. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the restroom. What was the bearish news? I just meant over, like, if you look at the past 24 hours. Let's see. I think the biggest bearish news was, let me see. Iran. Let's see. Sorry, I'm having to scroll back through this news feed. Iran's parliament speaker Galibaf, bilateral ceasefire or negotiations is unreasonable. Let's see. There were two more that I saw. Iran were preparing heavy response to Israel's attack on Lebanon. Saudi oil pipeline damage said to be limited after drone strike and fires broke out in some of these sites, says Kuwait. So that was yesterday. Now it says Lebanon seeks direct talks with and Israel agrees. So maybe just mixed, but after that yesterday, I was definitely bearish, which means we should be bullish, y'all. Okay, Frazi. It's looking like it wants to squeeze again, potentially. I just don't know if I want to take this move. It's kind of a FOMO move, you know? So just looking at these setups, this one got run over, so I would say it's disqualified because it got run over like that. But it ended up working, and this one ended up working too. It just came a little deeper. It looks like we like if to take these setups, you just have to have more patience because this swept up above here, and then it came under, and then it worked. And this one went just a little bit deeper, and then it ended up working. So just taking some notes on how these setups are playing out, and it's looking like more patience is gonna be better. More patience. Turning point right here. Obviously hindsight, but we have sellers taking this down, taking this down, taking this down, and this looks like the pivot point right here where we get that engulfing candle. Over here, this is a tough one because this looked like it was gonna do this right here. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Don't let it break out without me. I bet it's gonna, but I don't think I want to be in this anyway. Here you go. The boy. Yo, what's up, Gavin? All right, looks like we had a little squeeze there. Probably more to come. Kind of nice long across 15 accounts, up 25K today, 40K on the week on those free accounts. I thought you could only have 5 accounts with that thing. Did you also figure out why why you had that like negative 20K or 19K message last night? Oh, nice, man. You got 10 through them. Okay. Well, nice, man. That sounds great, dude. So you got Tradeify selects. What is the Tradeify select? Is that like, oh yeah, you got to do 40%, right? So you got your 40% today. Okay, cool, cool. Nice, man. Um, so did you ever figure out what happened with that? Are you gonna be able to like qualify with those free accounts? I'm fighting for scraps now. No response yet. Copy that. Man, okay, so it's gonna be tough to hop on board. I think this. We're just grinding up right now. Overall, this mess right here, right? 160, 158. Above that, looking like a squeeze and a grind up. Gavin, man, that's exciting shit, man. I'm excited to see how you do if you get those funded accounts. Let's see if you can keep that performance up, man. That's gonna be cool. Just make sure you don't blow it with size. You know what I mean? Man, what a day so far. And are you guys in this long? Oof. Yo, what's up, Nano Mix? Thanks for the follow and welcome. Gavin, where'd you catch this long? Did you catch it down here? I was trying to long it right here and kept getting stopped out. This thing's gonna be hard to catch. It's a fucking rocket. Yeah, Marlon, insane. What a bummer. What a bummer. Your long SPY looks like a good move. Where'd you catch it? Hell yeah, nice, man. Trade a bit of AVGO long as well. Nice, man. We're trading Nasdaq right now, and man, it kind of ripped me up this morning. I had a couple of different. I was trying to long it here. I was trying to long it right here, and obviously it just V-shaped reversed on me. I was trying to take this breakout. And then as it approached here, I was trying to long it, and it just kept coming down short. So I got stopped out here, and then I was trying to short it in here, and then obviously it just blasted off. So, wrong idea, right idea here. Bad timing. Wrong idea here. Yeah, I was thinking it was coming up here, and then I could reshort, and we were going down for the day. But obviously we just MQ had other plans for us. Now that we're trending up, this is going to be a really tough thing to catch. You want me to look? Okay, let me check it out. What do you think about the volume on the ask? Let me see. Man, where are you talking about? Which candle? Oh, you're talking about the 588, 414, and 439. I'm guessing that's what you're talking about. Yeah, the that huge volume right there. Let me take a look at where gold is at. And that was at below 4812. Yeah, I mean it looks like breakout volume to me. If you were looking at that and price was below that 812, or where did that happen, around 811? If we were below 811, I would say that, the shorts are probably holding it down there potentially, because you got three levels stacked on that offer that's huge volume. But breaking out above it, it looks like breakout volume, and sellers lost that battle. That's what it looks like to me. Oh, I see you're in the trade. You took it. Yeah, I think that's a great trade. Nice trade, brother. Oh my goodness, look at this. In 3 minutes we've done about 670 points. This thing's a rocket. Yeah, Arcane, I think the only and gold obviously has been following NQ pricing a lot closer than it probably should. But I mean, it looks pretty damn good for a breakout. NQ obviously is squeezing out everybody who thought we were going short. Yeah, I'm just having to watch from the sidelines because there's no entry for me. Maybe if we come back down to 180, 185, I would enter long. Oh, thanks, Nano. Yeah, I'm kind of an aesthetics snob when it comes to my chart, so I try and like keep stuff minimal on it, except for what's necessary. So Nano, are you usually you stick to equities and options? Tech options, yeah. How's that work out for you? I don't trade options. I've placed probably a handful of options trades in my life. Man, are we going to be squeezing to all-time highs? I was looking at this kind of the midpoint of this consolidation as a pivot point, and we're squeezing over it. Next area I'd probably be watching is this high right here for see how we react. But it's kind of looking like we're reaching for all-time highs. Um, I bet you we're probably at about 50%, probably over 50% here. Yeah, it looks like about 66% right here. Um, yeah, squeezing for all-time highs while we're threatening to end a civilization. It's crazy. Oh, my name, yeah, it's been bad, but I'm glad you caught that, man. Yeah, we just hit the high yesterday. You're exponentially profitable. I love that, Nano. Yeah, Nano, I am profitable. I wouldn't say exponentially profitable yet, but that's the goal, man. That is the goal. I may have this wrong, but since USDJPY is down, is the US dollar getting weaker? And it's just techs are expensive. Could that explain the run? DXY down too. A lot of moving parts there. Um, I think the movement right now, at least, and we're talking about Nasdaq, right? This run. Uh, I think this move right now is more driven by geopolitical news than anything. But if we're talking about the value of the dollar, I think that this is an interesting conversation. But I think the value of the dollar is what we've been chasing after by going after Venezuela, by going after Iran, in part. Now, a lot of it has to do with taking power away from China. China buys their oil. China was buying their oil from Venezuela, buying their oil from Iran, and essentially cutting that off and making China and the rest of the world buy oil from the United States is an attempt to strengthen the dollar again. Because if you guys aren't familiar, the world currency has been the U.S. dollar based on the petrodollar based on the United States controlling oil supply. And so when we're talking about, number one, just the value of the US dollar, I think that that's a huge, huge understated cause for us going after Venezuela, going after Iran, that probably stays out of mainstream media. But I think it's a huge, huge push for the United States to maintain control from a currency standpoint and an energy standpoint. So that is kind of unrel. I would say unrelated to what's going on in the Nasdaq right now. I think that it's a combination. What's going on in the Nasdaq right now is a combination of larger play positions that have to be unwound um, for um, longer term positioning. So we got a lot of back and forth going on right now with the news that's kind of unfolding on a daily basis. To me, I think that we're still going to be bearish, and I think the economy is going to take a little bit of time before we fully recover. If we get the Strait of Hormuz opened up indefinitely, then we can start back on our road to recovery. But if you look at crude oil, wow, look at that. It's dumping now. If you look at crude oil, I think that we are repositioning for a bounce. And I think that us staying below 100 is probably not going to be sustainable for a while, is my guess. And so as oil goes up, stocks should go down. Just as gold and crypto should have an inverse relationship with NQ, but they really don't. And so I think that this is a very long-winded answer, but I think that the unwinding of these positions, I think we were anticipating much more bearish news on the war. And so we had a lot of institutional readjustments for short positions. And as we kind of go back and forth with neutral news, I think they're unwinding some of those short positions, which causes these short squeezes. Um, so where do we go from here? I mean, it looks like we're reaching for all-time highs, but it just wouldn't surprise me if we dump, right? Because like that's what the natural um, sort of order of things would be, is that people rotate out of riskier things like tech companies, and put their money in things like gold or even crude right now for longer term swing traders. But institutional investors are probably looking to reposition outside of tech companies and put it into safe havens. But yeah, it's always oil. My name. That's the answer to 99% of the questions, and the answer to 99% of um, corruption. But anyway, I'm not an economist, but that's kind of my take on things. So back to your question, what's the real reason for these kinds of moves right here on Nasdaq? It could be because we have slightly bullish news coming through, but I think a lot of it is unwinding positions that were probably heavily positioned for shorts. That's my guess. Like, is this sustainable? This kind of move up? I don't think so. I mean, I think we're already overvalued in tech. I mean, if you're considering, the advancement, there are kind of two pendulums, I think, swinging at once. One is, the sort of economic impact that a potential longer term war would be overseas. You have an AI, potential. I don't want to say a bubble because AI is here to stay, but think about the economic impact of artificial intelligence on tech companies is going to be bad before it's good, in my opinion. Um, you're gonna have higher efficiency in the workplace, but employment is going to go down. I think drastically. I think it's expected to that 50% of white collar jobs are supposed to be almost eliminated within the next 2 years because of AI. Now, whether or not companies adapt that quickly, I think is a different question. But I think undeniably it's going to have a huge, huge unknown factor impact on um, companies and employment. And I think eventually, net long for productivity and cost effectiveness for companies, but in the short term, I think it's probably going to be a negative impact. Yo, what's up, P boy? Not today. Well, I mean, I guess I won. I won last night. I was winning last night, winning early this morning, but NQ started slapping me around earlier. So hopefully we can recover today. But if not, just try and hold on to what profits we made this week. The Optimus robot. I think it's going to cost a hell of a lot of money. I think it's going to be helpful for a select group of people. I mean, if you're disabled, for instance, I think it's going to be a huge help for people like that. Um, I think it could potentially displace, um, services like maid services and things like that. I think it's going to be really expensive for the regular person. Even if it comes out at like $20,000, that's going to be pretty expensive, I think, for the regular family. What's up, Cindy Princess? I feel like I've chatted with you before. Yeah, monster. This is nuts. But yeah, I think it's cool. I think it's for some people, I think it's gonna be really cool. Like if I was, I don't know. Would I use it? I mean, I'm a tech junkie, so probably. Um, I think that for me personally, there's more use of um, there's more use for me in artificial intelligence in software uh, versus like the physical world. Like I'll have, I have Claude like working on stuff as we speak, and I mean, I don't know. I guess I haven't really thought about like the long term use that I would get out of it. But right now, I guess I would have it cleaning my house. I don't know. Definitely interesting, but I think for the cost versus benefit, if you have like an AI subscription that costs you $20 to $100 per month, the productivity that you can gain from that versus having a physical robot here in your house, I think is exponentially more valuable on the software side. What have I been trading? I stick to NQ, sometimes gold. Yeah, man, it is unreal, and I think I think it's gonna get to the point where it's I mean, for me, I'll tell you this much, like I don't like scroll through social media ever. I will go on YouTube and I'll watch videos on YouTube, but I don't scroll through social media ever. But I spend probably 90% of my time, if I'm on like an electronic device, whether it be my computer or on my phone, talking to and creating things with AI. That to me is like when I'm winding down at night, that's what I'm doing. I'm chatting with Claude, giving orders and making things and back testing. Um, whereas my girlfriend, for instance, will do online shopping and stuff. For me, it's 100 like I said, 90% of the time, maybe 95% of my time when I'm on a device, outside of just trading, I am building stuff. Yours done, all your diet, your gym routine, heaps of stuff that save you researching so much. Yeah, man. I mean, it's amazing what you can do with it. Cindy Princess, SDS ETF and the switching to SSO ETF. First time I've timed it so perfectly. Um, sorry, I'm not actually familiar with the difference between SDS and SSO ETF. I actually don't trade ETFs, but you'll have to let me know. Cindy, my bad. The past 2 weeks have been fun, up 5,500 past 2 weeks from swing trading. Nice. Swing trading, I actually love swing trading. I got burned swing trading during COVID, pretty bad. I ran up a swing trading account pretty well, and then COVID hit and wiped out almost all my profits for my swing trading. It's one of those like if any of you guys have ever been a longer term trader, like a swing trader or an investor, if you've gone through a recession or if you've gone through a bear market, it's a tough thing when you're a swing trader. Um, and for me, during COVID, instead of holding or averaging down on my positions, it came down right to my breaking point, and I got out thinking it was gonna, and it bounced right when I got out. It was kind of insane, but I'm sure you guys can imagine what that is like because it happens quite often on a daily basis. SDS, a 2x short leverage of S&P. SSO is 2x leverage of S&P. Okay, so let me see what you said here. The past 2 weeks, SDS ETF and switching to SSO first time. Okay, got it. Okay, so you switched to 1x, or sorry, you basically switched from the short leverage S&P to just double leverage S&P. So you took longs right at the dip. Is that accurate, Cindy? Okay, copy that. Nice timing. So if we come back down to this area, I might be interested in a long. Um, Not the biggest fan of the fact that we swept yesterday's high and now we're coming back down. Would have preferred if we hadn't taken out that high and then we come down here because then we'd have a nice target up here. For you, open NinjaTrader verify. Man, I'm definitely not a fan of taking these continuation setups as much, especially after a run like this and we're starting to show weakness up top. Do I take nootropics? Um, I have a whole drawer full of them. I don't take them on a regular basis. Why do you ask that? Just asking? Yeah, let me go grab some and I'll show you what I got in there. Give me one sec. That's an interesting question. Okay, so I didn't bring all of them, but this is about a fourth of them. Um, Centrophenoluxine. I've got Sibutramine. I've got choline, alpha GPC. Let's see, ashwagandha, L-tyrosine, and like I said, I got probably about 10 more of these containers. But yeah, to answer your question, I do, just not on a regular basis. I should. What I was doing was putting them in like a bottle, mixing it up with water, and then putting that in the fridge, and then I would take shots of it in the morning. I'll tell you what was really good for me. I did like like a sober. It was about 6 weeks where I was just no alcohol, no partying, no nothing, and instead, what I would do, like we would go out to bars, and I would carry around a flask, and that flask would have like this kind of stuff all mixed up in it. And if you ever tasted this stuff before, it tastes horrible. Um, so it was like I was taking a shot. It kind of had that effect of like when you take a shot and it's kind of like, oh man, like that was strong type of deal. So it would kind of have that effect. It was really good. Like I don't think I've ever been sharper, to be honest. We would go out, we would have fun, my friends would be wasted, and I would be smart as hell. So I liked that about it. And when you start taking it on a daily basis, man, a couple weeks, you'll be a genius. I don't know if I can say I like it more than like Adderall or something like that, but it's definitely cleaner. People sleep on nootropics. Yeah, I would imagine there are probably some good sleepy time ones. That's not really my thing. I'd like to be amped up. Yeah, no problem. Um, Let me actually grab a couple more of the other ones because I know there's some other good ones. Give me one sec. I brought some water so I can mix them up. Okay. All right. This one is ox- oxiracetam. I don't know how to pronounce all these. This one is pramiracetam. Probably saying that wrong. Um, choline, choline L bitartrate. Let's see, ashwagandha, alpha GPC, centrophenazine, sibutramine, and L-tyrosine. So I'm going to mix some of this up, and I'm going to take a shot. Looks like we might be making our way down to this area. I'll be looking for a long down here. Yeah, I can show it. Ah. Ashwagandha. It's not very helpful because this text is super small and it's tough to focus it. Let's see. Oh, I got you, Nano. They're sleeping on it. I got you. Really? I did not know that. I thought Alpha G. Let me see. I'm gonna have to look that up. That's interesting. Maybe I'll skip that one. Okay, yeah, nice, man. From my experience, the racetams, I don't know if it's racetam or racetam, but those, um, and the sibutramine, are my favorites. And then choline, I think, is necessary. It would be good. It would be good punishment, but actually positive punishment to have to take a shot of this after losing trades. And then I got some good old fish oil. All right. I'm going to stir it up and wash it down. This is going to be disgusting. Ugh, I just smelled it. It's like when you smell tequila before you take a tequila shot. Oh, man. Oh, holy shit. Oh boy. Damn. And that lingers too. Oh my gosh. Boo. Yeah, Nano, what an interesting question you asked. Out of the blue, just asking, do you take nootropics? All right, so we got this buyer here, 25 183. Let's see if this buyer's still here defending. I'm gonna go ahead and start one right here. Um, I'm thinking, it certainly wouldn't be a surprise to me if NQ just decides to just reverse this whole move also. Just a heads up. Stop. It's way down here. So we got like a 70-point stop on this. Mm. Happy to report that my bot actually took that trade. I just have so little trust in NQ today, not doing tricky stuff. Tricky stuff would be that we explode up and now we're all spent and now we're dumping. Nano, 70% of the world is deficient in omega 3s. I believe it. I personally don't eat enough seafood. I don't trust this. It's looking like sellers are still pushing this thing down. I don't know. I think I'm going to wait for confirmation on this because I've just been burned so many times trying to take these kinds of trades, and NQ literally just starts V-shape reversing here. So I might be getting out at this low here at 68. A little bit of response here from the buyers. I do see support at 72, which is good. We're above 178 where we have passive selling. A little bit of aggressive buyers here, but sparse. I would say still not out of the woods. Out of the woods, I think is over 200, 24, 25, 200. For the time being, looks like we still could be doing this. Oh, one more time, the support here is at 25,172. We got 112 contracts, passive buying there. So hoping to stay above 25,172 and not run through it and start getting aggressive to the sell side below here. Adding on confirmations has not been good for me today. Essentially, I would add, increase my price, and then NQ would drop is kind of the expected behavior. Now that we have this wick low here, um, this would be kind of the first level that I would like to see hold, this 177, and then just below that 172. So if we break this 177, we got 172. If we break below 172, we got lower prices. I would anticipate might be keying into this gap down here. Low volume all up in here, so it wouldn't surprise me if we're coming down deeper. Right here at 172. Let's see if that 172 holds. Seller's still looking like they're going to push against it and potentially break it, is what it looks like to me. Don't love it. I think we could flush here. I'll probably just stop out here. You can see it really kind of digging into that 172. And I can see, a passive buyer there is continuing to accumulate here, but it looks like it's going to get busted. I'll show you guys what I'm looking at here. Let me go here. Right here, this is where the passive support was, 25,172. You could see that there is accumulation down here, aggressive selling into it, but it's looking like it held for the time being, but sellers making another attempt, and just by the looks of it, looks like sellers are gonna push through here. We're gonna potentially, flush, and then I don't know if we're coming down here and then we have a chance at bouncing, or if sellers are going to continue pushing this thing down and surprise, we have a V-shaped reversal. Loss after loss today. Let's see how we react in here. Again, like this kind of behavior, strength going up and then just melting down shouldn't be a surprise. Having a little bit of reaction here from the buyers. Looks like sellers still have it. I'm going to wait, sit on my hands. So we're having a little bit of a reaction at the bottom of this zone. But I don't see a ton of support down here. So we got a little bit of aggressive buying out of it, just not support. A little bit maybe at 167. But again, these sellers are kind of looking like, I don't know. They're it's looking a little grindy. Let's see. When's the next 5 minute? 30 seconds for the next 5 minute candle. All right, new 5 minute candle opened. A little bit of pushing. A little bit of aggression here. A little bit of passive selling at 176. I would like to see this high broken up here. Otherwise, I'm still thinking that sellers might be maintaining control. A little bit of aggressive buyers here at 180. All right, we broke that high. Looking like buyers might have control here. Would prefer a pullback in here. All right, I'm going to re-enter here. Could be another area here to watch. Would like to see it climb over this pretty quickly. If we get stuck here, might anticipate it coming back down here for a retest, revisit, and then we can go. Looking good so far. Aggressive buyers at the top of this candle here, and looking like support at just above 25,200. Looks like we got some passive buyers here. Hopefully keeping price up above 25,200, and these aggressive buyers just continue. Watching this area as a potential pullback. I think this could be a potentially a strong area right here where we could see a rejection. Did not get instantly. We did not get. We had more of a rejection than anything right here. We didn't get a continuation immediately. I might close it and re-enter. So we might be coming back for a pullback. And if this does end up coming back for a pullback or it continues to reverse, I would rather just take a little bit of profit instead of letting this thing mess with me all day. So I'll just stop out right below this candle low. Yo, what's up, Monster? Welcome back. All right, $23 trade. I'm gonna work my way back slowly. My bot is still on. My name. Yeah. So I like to have evals on rotation. So essentially, just to continue qualifying for funded accounts, so that if I end up um, losing a funded account or intentionally losing a funded account, which I don't know if you know, but a lot of times, if you have a funded account, then you might have like 5 payouts that you can get from it, and sometimes it's advantageous to swap it. But in any case, I won't get too into detail with that right now. But essentially, it's to make sure that I always have a rotation of funded accounts coming in, if that makes sense. Yeah. So to consistently have kind of a conveyor belt going in the background, so that let's say that I blow up all my funded accounts and I go on tilt. Um, that way I'm not like scrambling, like, oh man, I've got to get evaluations passed, um, because I'm not trading any funded accounts. Instead of kind of being in that mode, I always have evals that are passing or ready to pass or passed already that I can just turn into funded accounts. So that's the main reason, is so that I can make the process kind of smooth instead of like chopped up into I'm trading funded accounts. Oh man, I lost them. Now I got to trade evals and then I can trade funded accounts. It's kind of to have a process of kind of smooth transitioning. Also, my name, I tend to kind of abuse some evaluation accounts sometimes, and I don't recommend that for people. It depends on where you are in your trading journey. If you have and this is where it gets a little dicey. Like if you're the type of person that overtrades or you oversize in your trading in general, like you can see, I typically don't oversize. I trade small. Sometimes on evals, I'll go ham on them. But if you're the type of person that does that, regardless of what type of account it is, if you've ever had a funded account and you trade big size and you blow it up, um, I would say it's typically a good practice to trade your evals just like you trade your funded accounts, so that you build good habits. I will trade funded accounts. Or sorry, eval accounts. I would say for the most part pretty responsibly, but sometimes I will size up on them to try and get them passed quickly. And I think you just have if you're gonna do stuff like that, you have to be willing to um, take the financial hit, right? It might take you more tries to pass an eval, but ultimately, instead of taking like 3 weeks to pass an eval, if you're trading it normally like a funded account, um, maybe you pass the eval in 2 days. Yeah, yeah, 100%, man. Yeah, and the evals typically that I trade are probably around $100. All right, cool, monster. I'm supposed to have an automated message that um let me see if this works. Yeah, there we go. Man, look at these candles. Do you see that? Let me check Discord real quick, monster. Oh man, that's funny, dude. I mean, you can't replace experience though. Monster is just showing me his weekly P&Ls, and I don't know if he wants me to share him, but he's break even after 2 weeks. Which if you're a break even trader, you've got a couple of small adjustments, and you're good. Yo, Iger, looks like you got a good one right there, huh? From 175. Okay, it's the same trade I was in essentially, but yeah, I mean, hopefully it goes and takes these highs. I was just when I got in, I was hoping this was going to be more of a instant come back up here, but we started messing around in here. So I don't know. I guess I wouldn't be surprised if we come down here and then go up. Or again, just undo all that move. It just would be such a NASDAQ thing to do. Hmm. Nano. Usually, I like listening to house sets because then I don't have to mess with choosing music and stuff. But to be honest, my favorite genre of music is usually like 90s and 2000s rock alternative. What about you, Nano? What kind of music do you like? Okay, nice. House music is definitely my favorite kind of music to listen to, like when I'm out and about. Getting some nice movement here. Looking like we might have some squeezing to do here. Just laughing at your comment, Nano. I only listen to techno. It's a very definitive statement. Oh man, you're telling me same boat here, man. I don't. I have to be exhausted to sleep. Hmm. Okay, this is cool. I got a little bit of an update here. So I just added this here. Let's see. So I'm not going to take this obviously because it's against my other setups direction, but I'm working on building this library of dynamic setups. So this is cumulative volume delta Bayer divergence at structure. So this was RTH high at 25,191. This was calling for this. This might be old. This might have been. This might have already played out. Let's see. 191. Nope. That was down here. Let me see. Stop at 216. That would have got stopped out. Still a work in progress on this thing, but I'm pretty happy with where it's at right now. That's Nano. This is what we were talking about. No sleep. This is the kind of stuff I like working on instead of sleeping. Yeah. So this is kind of like a dashboard for so the setups that I have on my screen here. I've got a whole like process, but the setups that you see here on the screen, like this long, this long, this long right here, these are setups that come from my sheet, which if you care to look at it, it's here. And then those setups show up in here. And then we've got dynamic setups as well. This 15-minute order flow observations is essentially just observing everything happening in order flow and then giving kind of a confidence score on control. And then I have a chat here where, like, if I see something interesting happening, this is what I'll typically do. So let's say, let's analyze the price action between let's say 10:30 and let's say 11:50, 10:30 to 11:50. Let me actually shrink that so you guys can see it. So I'll chat with him, see what happens after he analyzes the order flow in here. And then what I'm starting to do is have it save what that analysis looks like. And then at the end of the day, when I do like an end of day review, I'll have another agent like look at what happened, what Cypher is saying, and then analyze that same time frame to see if there's anything to essentially draw from it. Okay, extreme sell, AM low hit, trap sellers, and all these levels here, by the way, are levels that like I enrich all the data. So it's not like making up these levels or anything. This actually comes from my data that's being streamed live to it. Coiling phase, quiet accumulation, tight range, CVD, alert, breakout trigger. Why this works: sellers had 6 rejection touches at key resistance levels. No fresh seller setups remained after 11:10. Order flow fingerprint showed buyer control shift at 11, 11:05, and 11:10. Let's say 11, 11:05, and 11:10. 11, 11:05, and 11:10. Okay, so now I would say, okay, save this. So now I saved that, and then at the end of the day, that will be saved into a file. And then at the end of the day, review. If anything is saved in that file, it'll be reviewed by another agent to then test the same thing and see if there's anything we should save in our like actionable findings for the future. Frazi, yeah, I just asked Cypher. I didn't ask any questions. I just asked it to analyze price here between here and the breakout. and see if there were any early order flow signs that this was going to be breaking out. And clearly, I mean, you can see here, this is probably the first sign for us at least. Um, well, this not rejecting from here was actually my first indication that we could be reversing. But anyway, back to Cypher. He gave me a breakdown and I saved it. Yeah, Nano, that's correct. I use it to better my discretion, number one, but I also use it to. So here's the way it works. I have that level sheet. That level sheet downloads. I download all of the order flow data that happens throughout the day. So I have data that goes back to 2008, and then I have order flow data that goes back the past a few months. And through all of that data, I do a ton of different back testing, looking for different types of edges, situational analysis, based on what happens in the AM session, PM session, overnight, so on and so forth. And then I combine all those to come up with potential setup ideas. And then through all of that back testing, I have kind of like a master sheet that keeps track of all of the different back tested findings, win rates, profit factors, MAE, MFE. So it keeps track of all this data. And then after, in the morning when I have this sheet generated, it generates that based on data. So like what happened yesterday, what are the most important levels around us? And then it will generate 3 setups for the day or for the AM session. See how these right here. So I got one from the AM session. I've got these for the PM session. So those are generated with a bias leaning toward the highest probability setups based on the back tested data. And so when I ask Cypher information like this, analyze the order flow that happened in here, was there anything that was indicating that we were going to break out and reverse? That gets saved into a file. And then if anything is found in here, like let's say that there is a signature here that's like, okay, well, this was the value area low. We bounced off the value area low where we should have potentially reversed at this swing point and at VWAP. It didn't. It bounced from VWAP. And then you saw buyers get aggressive. This is just an example of let's say that that's what it recorded. Then another agent would then look for any other days where that sequence happened, where we bounced off of the value area low and then reclaimed VWAP. And then after that reclaim of VWAP, we had aggressive buyers out of it. So it would look for that signature, that sequential signature across all the data that I have. And if it turns out that this is a viable sequence of events that leads to a breakout, then it would note that in like the master findings list. Does that make sense? And then that master findings list goes into all of the setup generation and then any dynamic setups that Cypher shows. So yes, if I'm reviewing that information, better for my discretion. But essentially, I'm using it as a way to educate the trading engine that I'm building, which is a combination of static setups and dynamic setups, and with the ultimate goal of, keeping me more disciplined, keeping me more on track, giving me trade ideas, and then eventually, having a nice, fully automated, dynamic trading bot. And so this right here, this trade that was taken was done through this whole system. I didn't have to touch anything. It automatically entered because I had a long setup right here. And I'm still working out some bugs and stuff, but I'm happy to see that it entered this trade. And so the goal is to have, eventually multiple different styles of trading bots. Like I'm working on one right now that's a scalper, for instance. And so I'm doing a lot of order flow back testing. Same type of thing that I was talking about that Cypher was just describing, looking for order flow signatures that lead to actionable trades. And so the goal is to have, this trading bot, working this strategy, and then having another trading bot that, is working on scalps, which maybe is like it's looking for, like this, for instance, if you dissect what's happening in order flow right here, and it ends up being, kind of a predictable outcome for 40 points, having a scalping bot that would automatically place a trade here once this order flow signature is confirmed, take a scalp, close the trade, or go break even, take profit here, and then let it ride. But yeah, so that's kind of the goal with my whole trading system. Have I found adding past recent data has changed the dynamic of the overall system? Uh, you're talking about like the most recent data, like the past couple weeks. Is that skewing the results? Is that what you're asking? Past few months. Um, yeah. So the market always moves in cycles, and I would say over the past few months, and probably particularly over the past few weeks, um, short setups have been more successful, at least with the back tested data. Maybe it has like a 10 to 15% higher win rate, short setups do, than the typical long setups. Like yesterday, I was doing some back testing on order flow setups, and essentially the edge that I was seeing, at least in the past few weeks, was that short setups were extremely profitable, and long setups were, I think it was around 10 to 15% less effective. Still profitable, but less so than shorts. So adding recent data has changed the dynamic of the overall system. It's a tough thing dealing with data because you have um, you know, edge decay that happens over time. And if you find something that works over the course of 10 years or something, that's gold. But a lot of times you can have strategies that might be disqualified because the data set is too large. And so if you look at the change of like the market, like NQ, like we're watching right now, uh, average moves in NQ a long time ago were 100 points a day. Well, now we're seeing, 400 or 500 points a day like it's no thing. So, you can adjust for that with average true range, for instance, but even still, you'll find that strategies that worked back then start losing their edge over time. And so you have to play a balance between testing, the large data set and then discounting it in the past and increasing the emphasis you put on it over the last year and quarters. Yeah, no problem. Let me switch this. It sounds like bad quality. Hang on. See if this is any better. It's a little better. FYI, Cypher is saying, watch out for this being a reversal. I don't know if I completely trust it, but I'll read you what it said. Last touch at, is that right? 13. Yeah, 1319. Rejection expected MFE, 91 points downside. High win rate at this exact level. Price stalled hard at 25, 253. Yeah. Close proximity and failed to break higher. Basically, it's saying there's been a lot of back testing that a second touch and a rejection off of this level ends in a reversal. So, you got to, at this point, I feel very, very good, at least where I am with trusting these setups. As long as the market isn't crazy and we're running off of crazy news. But as far as this goes, I don't know. But it's saying watch out that this could be a reversal up here. Would be a bummer if it reversed from up there without tapping this first take profit. The order flow signature and data suggest mean reversion into VWAP. Watch for a break below 25,220. Let's see. I like experimenting with this because here's the truth is that it's making these decisions or these comments based on all of the back testing that we do and then taking the best of the back test data and forming opinions based on that data, the back tested data. So, I don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting to get the take, right? I have an essentially an AI bot that is using the back tested data and giving advice on what it thinks is happening. And it thinks this is not going to be a continuation from here on out. It thinks that this is going down to VWAP. So let's see. Either way, I'm going to let this bot hold on to this trade. Now, probably the next iteration of improving these trading bots is being able to receive dynamic information so that if we're in this long setup and then something like this happens and it's like, whoa, pump the brakes. This is a reversal. The current position maybe could be downsized or something like that. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Also, just want to be clear that it's different from me just asking AI, "Hey, here's the chart. What's going on right now?" Um, because my my bot team is using real data, not just visually looking at this. It's using the order flow data that's being updated, and it's also using all of the back tested results we've done. So I would advise against like just trying to trade off of using AI's advice that's not rooted in real data. That's a he. I always fast forward whenever DJs just put vocals in that just repeat over and over. It's not my favorite. Gaked, aped. That sounds like some crypto talk. So the next thing, while we're just waiting for Price to do whatever it's going to do here, I don't know if I have a setup, but the next thing I want to do is, as far as like my system goes, I'm building out like a dashboard so that when I'm talking to different parts of my system, it'll switch, and different parts of my, like Cypher, for instance, will have like a static to-do list. Well, it'll stay on that page, and then, Cypher will cross things off as we do things, but it'll keep track of what we need to do next. And then I also will have a section where Cypher can ask questions. So actually, I let me see if I can pull it up right now. But anyway, for like all parts of the system, if I have a different agent, for instance, that does order flow back testing, then that order flow agent, instead of like restarting an agent that's starting from scratch, it knows everything about order flow. It's educated on it. That way, when it starts back testing, it knows where we left off and it knows what we need to do next. And in addition to that, instead of it just being kind of one-way communication, me to the agent, creating a section to where after it finds, interesting things, it can ask follow-up questions to me. Meaning that, like, if it finds something interesting, right? Like if it's like, oh, we got a 60% win rate on this order flow signature. It can then follow, instead of just ending there, it can follow up and say, I think this would be interesting to test with other portions of the data, like session dynamics. Do you want to test that? And then I can just say yes, for instance. So it'll feed off of like the AI agent's curiosity. I know I'm personifying the agent, and I know it's AI and it's not a person, but I'm trying to make it more like not only just like you. The way I see it is like after these agents will do these tests, they we'll probably come up with some really interesting follow-up tests that we could do, and instead of just, like, everything comes from me, I wanna be like, "What ideas do you have to test next so that we can make this better?" And then it can self-improve based on what it finds. So that's kinda what's next. Essentially, it's kinda like when when you're running a company, you have heads of departments. That's what I'm doing right now. Alright, it's looking like Cypher might has have to change its hypothesis here. It looks like we're taking it. Okay, here we go. Curiosities, questions. Curiosities, the MFE and MAE doubles at levels. Is this because the level provides a natural stop or because absorption sequences at levels are fundamentally stronger? Dynamic stop loss TP showed profit factor of 5.26 on small sample. Can we get more data by loosening the proximity threshold to 20 points? Would unfinished business clusters predict where defense will fail next? Fat prints, 300 plus contracts at a single price mark institutional conviction. Do they define the boundaries of trapped inventory? Crossbar accumulation at the same price, institutional positioning, precursor to absorption sequence? Curiosities, and then questions. The automated system spec is clear. Uh, Absolute sequential plus fuel plus levels ready to build that live detection pipeline for you. Dynamic stop loss TP adapts to structure and trapped depth. Interested in testing this live? For you, should I test the remaining signals, unfinished business, fat prints before building live? So anyway, you kind of see how this is working, where I get to have some like back and forth, not just me coming up with all the ideas. It's like it will do some testing and then it'll get curious about stuff. Longside works for absolute sequential at levels, 80% win rate. Can we find more long signals with level plus fuel confluence? Can we combine all three signal types? So, I mean, I think the purpose of building something like this is to make sure that it's not just like we're improving at the rate that I can give it feedback, but it can improve based on what it's gathering and what it would suggest or be curious about next. Oh, come on, here we go. Close it. Now let's see what it's supposed to do. It did not do it. It's supposed to go break even right there. What the hell? I gotta bitch at my bot right now. Hang on. So I'll just manually do this. I'm cheating a little bit. All right, cool, Nano. Hey, it was nice chatting. Nano, it kind of depends on the day. Sometimes I close it up early, and sometimes I go till market close. Monster, if Mythos actually releases to the public, I might end up buying Claude's subscription. Yeah, it's looking pretty nuts. All right, later, Nano. Hey, what's up, Doofin Smith? Thanks for the follow and welcome. But I feel like Mythos is better at security stuff and coding than market analysis and stuff, so I'm not sure how good that will be. I don't know. It's going to be highly capable. So the education portion on the market, you might have to do manually. What's up, Doofin Smith? Uh, what's WoW? You talking about the market? Talking about this big move? I'm sad I kept trying to short the market when that bullish trend was happening. Oh, you're trying to short it in here? Or were you trying to short it at the beginning here like I was? Yeah, Monster, that you're not alone in that. That's so that right there, what you just said, trend changes, like that's why I was talking about this yesterday, why one of the most important things to help you with trading is to constantly be asking yourself who is in control. And sometimes it's not obvious, and sometimes you take losses trying to figure it out. But that's really important, right? Because it's very easy to win trades when you're on the right side of the trend. And very difficult to get faked out when you're on the wrong side of it. Or sorry, very easy to get faked out when you're on the wrong side. And here, like, I was on the wrong side this morning. Yeah, that's a really difficult one, man. And you might have to create some rules for yourself. Like one potential rule is that if you lose directional, it's tough because sometimes it will work, sometimes it gets you out of the funk, and sometimes it will tilt you harder because it doesn't work. But what I was going to suggest is, let's say that you're trying to take this long, and you take it long here, and then you take it long down here, and you lose twice. You could have a rule that was like, okay, my next trade has to be short, but then you get a trend change like this. So it's tough, but you might have to come up with some sort of rule that, like, for instance, when we reclaim VWAP, for instance, you can only take long trades. It might be something that, changes over time, but if you're having a really tough time with it, something concrete and mechanical like that can be helpful. I'm used to too many people saying VWAP, and now I'm saying VWAP. I like VWAP. Damn, dude. They're going to start requiring a social security number. No, no, no. I was just kidding. I was saying for your accounts, since you create so many. Okay, copy that. We got a DXY at the bottom, support on the 4-hour time frame. All right, let's see what's up, Marlon. Well, don't you have so many accounts right now that you can just rotate through them? All right, Marlon. I don't know if I want to take that bet. I got this bot trade in right now, but my other bot, Cypher, told me that this is going to reverse from up here. So I'm listening to my bots. My bots are conflicting right now. um, but I don't know if I would want to take that bet. Monster, use up one account a day and maybe end up using a bit of the second one too. So use up one account a day, but after a week of it being used up, then then you'll have like 5 or 6 accounts that are fresh for the next week, right? And then you can just go through one account a day. And then so once you, essentially, like, let me put it this way. Once you have 7 accounts, you could use one a day per week, right? Yeah. I think it's a great way to get the work you're getting done for free. That to me sounds like a nightmare though. But that's usually how, you know, it always works. If it's free, you might have to put in some extra work, you know? Yes, but then switching, I guess it's not that big of a deal when you switch accounts, right? You just log in and after that it kind of works. Like, yeah, I mean that. So that part, like the setting up new email accounts, is what like, uh, yeah, that kind of shit is a nightmare to me. I mean, once it's set up, I guess it's not that big of a deal. I don't know. Like for me, I like things that to just like I want to get at my computer and have it fucking work. Okay, yeah, not that big a deal. It's starting to look like this might be a reversal here. I might want to take it short. Yeah, I got you, monster. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, man. Nothing wrong with that. I consider myself pretty frugal too. Wonder what will happen if I get banned though, because it's kind of against Open Eyes policy, and they can ban your accounts. Can I keep? Yeah, you get to keep it. You just have to use like DeepSeek, right? Oh, is DeepSeek not good at coding? Is that the consensus? Okay, copy that. Watching for a potential bounce here. Not a ton of conviction anywhere, to be honest with you. We've got this consolidation happening within this range. I think, a potential short from these highs could be a potential setup that I like. I don't know. I'm not seeing a ton in here that I love. Yeah, exactly, monster. It's big move now. We're gonna be fighting for scraps. Nice short move here. Could see a revisit down in this area here. I know. I'm not. I'm definitely not. Mad about it. I like getting new shit. Damn. Mm-mm. Seller's pushing this thing pretty hard. Cypher might have been right. Yeah, are you talking about OpenAI? They got to be cooking with something. Cloud's been getting too much attention. Yeah, I saw that. I saw a headline about it yesterday, but I didn't really look into it. It's looking like we could continue going down here. It's looking like it's dumping here. Might have a re-entry opportunity up here or potentially in here. Monster. One big news I heard was the researchers of DeepSeek did some research on DS model called OCR. Yeah, OCR is like the scanning scanning technology or whatever, huh? AI got verbal instructions, uses up to 20x less tokens. Damn, that's huge. Ryan, let's fucking go. Just hit a solid short to get me back to positive on the day on this eval. Nice, man. Didn't trade the fundeds at all. That's probably a really smart move unless you were able to catch this long. I mean, there was plenty of opportunity to get in this long, but it was such tricky price action for me at least. But nice, man. Congrats on that, on not risking your fundeds, but getting that eval positive. Hell yeah. And Frazi, yeah, you were on the short too, huh? It looks like Cypher was right. I need to start trusting Cypher a little bit more. The bot that makes the setups, the AI agent, his name is Architect. Cypher is the live one. I trust Architect. I don't know if I trust Cypher just yet, but I should probably. Yeah, if we start dumping from here, I might miss it. I was kind of waiting for one more extension up here. It might not happen. DeepSeek might drop a V4 soon. Nice. What is it supposed to be like? All right, Ryan. Nice work, brother. Catch you tomorrow, man. Might be looking for a short just above 200. Okay, word monster. Yeah, keep me posted if you hear anything about it. Okay, that's the same as Opus, I think. And we might not get a pop back up. This might start running down from here. Sounds pretty attractive. Does I guess you could use something like Cursor, right? Like I'm just wondering about a DeepSeek equivalent to Codex. Do you need to know coding syntax for these programs? No, you don't, Frazi. It's called vibe coding. You talk to it like you tell it what you want, and I mean it's so good now these days that you can you could give it to your grandma, you know, and your grandma could say, I want you to build a website, for feet warmers, and build an e-commerce store around it, and it'll do it. I would say the biggest thing you got to worry about if you're building this for trading is that, like, it'll build you whatever you want. You, the biggest deal will be knowing what you can trust and what you can't, and I would say that's the biggest red flag for using AI. But I think if you're interested in checking it out, 1000% you should. And Frazi, I'd be happy to help you offline too if you needed help getting it set up or something. Yeah, no, Monster. What I was asking though is that if DeepSeek has a codex, n- what I mean is the like a Claude Code, like where it resides on your computer and has access to your files. Frazi, I'm using the max tier. I'm using not the $200 a month. I'm using the $100 a month plan. Monster uses Codex, which is ChatGPT based, and from what I understand, you could get away with a lot with the $20 ChatGPT Codex plan. Um, but yeah, like I feel very comfortable with where I'm at with Claude right now, so I'm a little hesitant to switch over to or I used to use ChatGPT, the non-Codex ChatGPT. Um, I'll tell you the biggest reason why I like the like Claude Code, and if you're using Codex the way that Monster is using it, is because instead of ChatGPT or Claude creating a file for you and then you having to figure out how to format it or to save it so that it runs correctly, it's the difference of, like, if I had a friend or like an executive assistant, and that executive assistant was asking me what I want it to do, and then it hands me back a document. The difference would be that with like Claude Code or using the ChatGPT Codex, would be like if I asked it to do something, And instead of it being like, "Can you give me an outline first and then I'll change it," or whatever, it'll go through all of my files on my computer and understand, how everything works or the system works, and just create it and then say it's done, instead of handing it back to me to put it into a folder. That probably wasn't the best explanation, but essentially what it like, if you think about it this way, think about it like it has access to your computer and your files, so that if it needs to code something and create it, it has everything necessary to do it, so that if you have, multiple different documents or scripts that talk to each other, it makes it work seamlessly. Whereas if you were doing it, you would be placing each file individually, um, instead of being able to say, check it for me, like make sure these are compatible together, and then it just goes to work. You would put the file on your computer and maybe it's broken and maybe it has bad code or something like that. And then you would have to take that file and then hand it back to the AI to say fix it. And then it hands you back the file. You put it back on your computer and you're like, it's still broken. So it can work through fixing something like that, to completion. Whereas if you're just going back and forth with an AI model, you won't know if it's actually fixed until you put it on your computer and test it. It can test things for you and make sure there's compatibility across documents and arms. But I gotta warn you, Frazi, that if you get started on this, you'll probably get obsessed with it because the amount of productivity you can get out of it is enormous. It makes your brain not wanna stop thinking about things to give it to do. I know. That's how I am, man. The beautiful thing is that so the way I have it set up is, I have Claude on my phone, and so whenever I open up a session on my computer, all I have to do is leave that session up on my computer, and then I can talk to it from my phone, which means I could be watching a movie with my girlfriend. That's probably the biggest use case. I could be out at the grocery store, and then I'm talking to Claude saying, "Do this while I'm gone. Do this while I'm gone." And, I find that to be extremely helpful to be able to talk to it from my phone because it's on my computer, um, doing everything it needs, and I'm basically just relaying a message to it on my computer, but doing it from my phone. Well, I'll tell you one of the I mainly use Claude Code for trading, and that's it. And I mean, but there are unlimited amount of uses. I was thinking about this the other day. Um, if you wanted to, for instance, you could have it keep track of all of your personal to-do lists, for instance, and it could even complete tasks for you. So, like when I'm saying there's an unlimited amount of use for it for productivity, there really is. So, if you wanted to, you could design it to check your emails, and only relay the most important emails. You could have it respond to emails. It could so, like, a workflow that you could have is every morning, check if I have any new emails. If there are important emails, let me know about it, and then let's work through how you should respond to it. So then it says, "Hey, you got a new email from Jimmy, and it's saying this. Do you want me to go ahead and respond to him?" And then you could say, "Yeah, respond to him and say this." And then it would respond. You don't have to open up your email, and it would respond to it that way. Um, I thought about building one of those for my girlfriend, for instance, because she's horrible at checking emails, and sometimes she'll get emails from, like, the state where she has to renew her license. So, it could do something like that. It could also keep track of if you wanted it to, like, you could tell it, and, there are ways around this, but just as an example, you could tell it, "Hey," like, you could keep track of a shopping list for you and your wife. You could say, "Hey, build me a meal plan for this week that is under or, build me a grocery shopping list, this week and keep it under $200 for this week. I want high protein meals, low carb, and I want breakfast and lunch to be covered, or lunch and dinner, whatever it is, and keep it under $200. And then it creates that shopping list for you, and it'll list out all the plans, the meals that shopping will do for you. And then if you wanted to, you could say, okay, place an order for me on Instacart, or place an order for me on Amazon, or at, or Whole Foods, and make it for pickup. So you can get that kind of intricate with it, or you could keep it simple, and obviously, like, the regular AI stuff is like, build me a workout plan, stuff like that. But I think the real kind of use that's coming out of AI right now is getting extremely creative with it, because now it has the ability to do complicated tasks that aren't just like single tasks, one and done. It can come up with workflows that can be done on an automated basis. Will it talk to your wife? It depends. If you want it to talk to your wife, it could talk to your wife. Let me grab Coda real quick. What? You good boy? You're such a good boy. Yeah. Yep. That's my good boy. Uh-oh. I'm going inside. You know, like, as long as you're willing to, like, put the time into building stuff, you could build whatever you want. It could build a budget for you. You could have it build a website for you. Um, Literally anything. You could have it, like, post on social media for you. That's probably not something you would want to do, but if you wanted to, you could have it creating content for you. I think one of the reasons I find it so attractive is because it can do the most complicated tasks, like digging into, like, for instance, the data that I have. Um, it's over 1 million lines of spreadsheet, and it will be able to enrich that data and backtest through that data in a matter of, minutes. Whereas, like, I just can't even imagine doing that myself manually. So for those kinds of, like, for data analysis, it's just, it can do things that were previously impossible. Looking like we could have a big drop from here. I think this like, hitting this VWAP right here is possible. Frazi, just back on that topic. One of the things that, like, my buddy is doing for his work is, so he has to do presentations, like, to airports, based on restaurants and bars that they're trying to get in the airport. So, like, one example, um, like, of a workflow that he's going to be implementing for himself, is that he wants to be able to have these presentations built totally through AI, And then when he needs to change it with a brand, for instance, let's say it's the same retail location that he's going after, but he's got a couple of different pitches that he's doing for different brands. Let's say he's going to do like Dunkin' Donuts. He could have the presentation built as, you know, a template, and then he could then say, okay, I want you to do research on Dunkin' Donuts, and instead of having, you know, Taco in here, I want Dunkin' Donuts in here, and everything that was referring to Taco change to be Dunkin' Donuts. And I also want you to customize it for Dunkin' Donuts, put a logo on it, make sure you have the history of Dunkin' Donuts on it, so on and so forth. So, um, I'm gonna tell you the brand that I want this to fit, and then I want you to completely overhaul this, you know, 150 page proposal that we're doing. And then I'll hand it off to, you know, his AI agent, and the agent will hand it back. So that would be one example of like a professional use that he's going to be implementing. Oh, damn, you're damn right. It could. I used it for my buddy who's got a bar. Well, he's got multiple bars and restaurants, and he had essentially bank statements, and he would convert his bank statements into um you know, spreadsheet P&Ls, monthly P&Ls for his CPA. And he was mainly doing that because his bank statements came in PDF format, and he's not super tech savvy. So I took his PDFs and made editable spreadsheets with like summary pages um, for him, and I was able to do that over, you know, the course of like an hour. And he was like, "Dude, that would have taken me probably like 4 days to do." The short, it looks a little bit attractive. I just, you know, I'm late on this move. I was early on these moves. My timing's off. Yeah, I mean, as far as trading goes, Frazzy, I mean, you could build your own dashboard, you know, with all your trade P&L over time. Like the sky's the limit, honestly. Like there's so, and that's why, like, I think it's so important for people that try and get into this to like to really personalize it in a way that it's going to make it useful for them. And I think that's the most important thing to actually get use out of it. So you got to think like, if I could like snap my fingers and have anything done, you know, what would it be? What would be helpful for my trading? You know, maybe it's before I take a trade, it's a trading checklist that tracks whether, you know, the trade was successful or not. I mean, again, like infinite possibilities, but like, you know, customizing it to yourself, I think is just one of the most important aspects of it. And obviously you see, you know, what I've done for myself with it, tracks my trades. Um, you know, I have this experience system. I have a whole engine that I'm working on for automated trades, back testing, trade generation, setup generation, and like in-depth analysis. And that's the kind of stuff that I wanted to kind of focus on. But honestly, like I said, I mean, it's like if you sit there and think about, you know, what would actually be helpful for you, that's the direction you want to go. And it gives you code to enter into NinjaTrader. Yes, it'll actually it'll actually create the code for NinjaTrader. So I actually don't even have to open that portion of NinjaTrader, because normally you have to create a script. It's a Ninja script and you like either create the code or you copy and paste it, and then you have to compile it, make sure it runs, all that. So now, if I want something done in NinjaTrader, I just ask Claude to do it. It edits it and then compiles it. So it's just an easy import. Are you talking about Claude in general? Or are you talking about importing code to NinjaTrader? Ninja. Yeah, so usually in NinjaTrader, you open up like a third party script. Oh, gotcha. Well, it's even easier than that. With a third party script, you download the script and you have to import it. When I'm working with Claude and I want to create something that has to interface with NinjaTrader, all I have to do is tell Claude what I want. It will go in my NinjaTrader folder. It will create the script. It will compile it. So then all I have to do is add it onto my chart, or if it's a strategy or whatever. So yeah, I mean, I would say it's just as easy as a third party script, that you're importing, but you actually don't even have to import it. You just have to add it to your chart. Think it will tell your son to be an electrician? Yeah, you can tell it to do whatever you want. Oh, think you'll tell your son to be an electrician. Maybe we get this bounce here. If it comes back up here, I might be interested. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's definitely going to take jobs. It's taking jobs as we speak. I know there are a lot of people that have feelings about that, and AI doesn't care about feelings. It's heading in that direction, and the sooner people realize that, the sooner they can protect against it. For anybody that's in the corporate world, I would say you should be an expert in using AI. Here comes this house music repetitive vocals. Man, what a bummer today was for me. Yeah, I would like to be able to short from up here if possible. Might not get up there though. Might get it. Mm. Mm. Yo, what's up, Iger? Doing okay, man. Just waiting. If we can come up here, I'll take a short. Otherwise, I'm just kind of watching. Chinese CPI, I think 8 p.m. I'm not sure. I typically don't keep track of the Chinese CPI. Oh, damn. Wait, for you, it's 3 a.m. China, 8 a.m. Germany. Sorry, I didn't. I just can't understand that. It's 3 a.m. right now, or 8 p.m. Chinese CPI is at 3 a.m. Okay, copy that. Now it's 8:45. Damn, man. That would be interesting. So what time is the open then? Like the New York session open for you? Basically 3 hours ago. So like 5:30. So dinner and trading. I was trying to take a long right here. I think I better just wait up here. Oh, actually it would be what, 2:45? Yeah, so lunch and trading, I guess. I'm gonna give it a shot here after this absorption. Higher or lower tomorrow? Damn, it looks higher. But if we're talking about like just tomorrow, I could see it. I could see it coming back here for a pullback and then going up. So I would say lower. Unless it's lower overnight and then higher tomorrow, regular trading hours. I think lower. Yeah. Um, I mean, we're definitely at. I mean, I think we're still in the squeeze territory, but being that we've moved this much on a week, I would say we're outside of definitely outside of statistical probability of moving higher this week. But it doesn't mean we can't. I don't know. I would be conflicted being at this area that we could squeeze, but end of week discount, drop doesn't sound out of the question. It's looking like this could get violent. I don't like it. I think it's going to get violent and potentially squeeze up to here, and then I'll be waiting up here for a short. Iger, that is hardcore. That's probably what I felt like doing today, getting back in the market. Probably a good idea. Last night was brutal, and it was all for nothing because well, we got stopped out after going through torture. Damn right it's not. It's terrible. It's like being tortured. All right, at 12:43, Israeli military have began striking Hezbollah launch sites in Lebanon. Everything is just so mixed. CPI tomorrow. Copy that. It said Israeli military have began striking Hezbollah launch sites in Lebanon. That was like 10 minutes ago or 15 minutes ago. That's crazy. Monster, what's CPI? Consumer Price Index. It's essentially like a survey that let me just look it up so I don't give you bunk information, but it's like a survey that gauges consumer sentiment. You know, whether consumers think prices are high or low. Let me see. Consumer Price Index is a statistical estimate of the level of prices of goods and services bought for consumption purposes by households. It is calculated as a weighted average price of market basket of consumer goods and services. Changes CPI track changes in prices over time. Yeah, Frizzy says inflation. Yeah. Yeah, gauge of inflation. That's a simple way to putting it. As far as yeah. So Frazzy said it. The Fed watches it so it can be volatile. So Monster, I mean, the takeaway for us as traders is it can be volatile based on whether or not CPI comes in over or under. And so 8:30 a.m. Eastern will be when CPI comes out. Man, look at this nasty price action. It's gross. Nice, man. Hope you get it. Let's do it. I might as well try and shoot for this scalp if I think it's going up there. I'm probably going to be taking it off here in just a second. Right there. That's good enough. Looks like buyers still kind of have a little momentum here. This is the area I wanted to watch for short, potentially up here as well. Trying the short, but if we keep squeezing like this, then I'll get out. Probably just the high of this candle. I could see this coming up to this level as well. Yeah, it's looking like it wants to squeeze up there. I might exit and wait for this up here. I'm going to exit that. And if we can get up here, then I'll take it short from up here. But right now it's looking a little squeezy. Damn. I'm watching to see if I want to re-enter under 25,200. I'm not sure yet. That this right here, this candle, it looked like it wanted to pump. A little torn right now. I'm not sure. I'm seeing some support here at 25,200, 132 contracts. Also support up at 25,210 if we get above that. So I think I'm gonna chill. If this ends up breaking down from here, it's okay. I got evidence against it right now. Ghost. Um, so this is NinjaTrader. And how am I using AI? Oh, damn. We were talking. I'm happy to explain it again. We were chatting about it for a while though, but I use AI and I need to find a concise way to be able to explain how I use it. I'll just go over it really quickly. So I download all the data that goes through here on a daily basis, and it updates live. It's basically downloading every minute, and then I have a sheet that gets generated every morning based on the aggregation of levels into zones and ranking those levels and zones out of a huge spreadsheet that, like, okay, so let's say for instance, let's say we're looking at these levels and you see these big buyers right here and big buyers right here and then big buyers over here. So these are all noteworthy occurrences or events that happen throughout the day within order flow. All that stuff can be derived from this footprint chart. So you can see we had support here, lots of buyers right here, lots of buyers over here. So everything that you see here, including these numbers down here, gets exported to a big spreadsheet, and then I have a script that ranks all those levels based on, you know, the volume that was transacted at each price, what was price's reaction at these levels, and then it keeps track of things like previous day close, previous day low and high, so on and so forth. So all the structural levels you can think of, VWAP, value area high, value area low, so on and so forth. So it keeps track of all these levels. And then I have the scripts that rank them. So AI is not in the picture yet in this part of the process. Where AI comes into play is that I will do extensive back testing on all this data. Give me 1 second. I was waiting for this to potentially get hit so I could short. Still looking like we got buyers. All right, I'm gonna give it a shot here with one. If we start squeezing, I'll get out. Stop goes up here. So the way I use AI is I will take all of that data and I will do like extensive back testing on that data to find edges in order flow or structural like setups, like a sweep, for instance, a rejection, bounces, so on and so forth. So I do extensive back testing with AI. And then I have, you know, the sheet generation, which shows up. Let me pull it up real quick. So here is like my sheet that I create. Um, so this gets created every morning and every afternoon. And this is an analysis of the NASDAQ, and it creates 3 setups based on, back tested levels and back tested strategies. So that's one way that I use AI. And then I also use this. This is kind of like my uh, real time analysis plus setups that show up in here. And then I have dynamic setups that show up down here. I can also chat and ask about what's going on with order flow. It has access to all my order flow data. So that's one way. So that's probably in summary the way I'm using AI right now. Looks like we are still potentially building value above this area. I thought we could potentially reverse if we continue along this path. Maybe we see a rejection up here. Maybe we even squeeze out these highs. Yeah, no problem, Ghost. Happy to chat about it as well. I'm just trying to analyze this trade and see what I think could potentially happen here. I think if this candle breaks this high and starts wanting to go higher, I'd be worried about this setup not working. It's looking like it wants higher prices. Yeah, it looks like it wants to squeeze. We might get a pop here. Maybe we get a rejection from up here. Ghost, are you trading props? Yes, I trade prop firms. My funded futures, Lucid, the futures desk, which is now being acquired by Top Step, and Apex. Automod Sag. What does that mean, Monster? Did one of your messages get moderated or something? What about you, Ghost? Are you trading props? Are you trading a live account? Added right there. Okay, nice. Yeah, I saw that Tradeify opened up their crypto prop. Come on down. Man, is it gonna squeeze up? It's looking like it. It's teasing. It definitely is looking like a little bitch. Better get out of here. Keeps looking like it's not done up here. The way it's dropping and then getting picked back up is a little concerning, but looking like this high, might be the one that's remains intact. I don't know. Looks like it could go either way at this point. Certainly wouldn't be surprised if I got wicked out and then the move happened though. I'm not liking that this candle hasn't broken these lows yet. There we go. Looking like sellers might have control here. We just need to see it continuing to make lower highs and lower lows here. Ghost, what crypto do you trade? Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana. Cool, man. How's that been going for you? I've definitely been interested. I used to trade a little bit of Ethereum and Bitcoin, and the market cooled off a little bit, but I've definitely been interested in taking a look at it here more recently. Have you been doing well? Are you day trading it, or are you swing trading, or what? Okay. Yeah, you use TPO. Okay, cool. You day traded? Okay, cool. Yeah, I use volume profile. I don't use a market profile, but I learned it, and I know that a lot of people find the time portion to be super helpful. So I don't know. It might be something I look at again in the future. Monster, you remember when you traded Soul? What a nightmare that. Yeah, that was like a month ago or something, wasn't it? Yeah, I've got an acquaintance that trades order flow and market profile, and he seems to be a big believer in market profile. That's for sure. Oh, it's been 1.5 months, dude. You're so over that. You're an NQ boy now, like the rest of us. Interested to hear your take, Monster, on how you feel about NQ versus you were trading Solana. I'm a little bit concerned here that we don't have any structure within here. We're still not out of the woods. We haven't crossed over any of these lows. No market structure shift. And it's looking like all of this just could be immediately taken out with one big move. So a little bit of evidence, I would say, going against this trade. What's going right for it is sellers maintaining control throughout this whole leg. Okay, cool. So far, I'm liking it, even though there's not a lot of structure being formed. Would love to be able to add, but I don't wanna mess up my price so much that I start going into drawdown if this trade doesn't have any drawdown. Seeing a little support here. Let me take a look at the footprint. Not too much going on in the footprint. Passive seller at 215. Passive seller at 223. So hopefully these guys are holding us down. We're getting a stair step on the offer. A little bit of volatility here. So you can see a little bit of support forming right here around 210. Would like to get back underneath this 208.50 and hold, ideally. Push down through here. Sellers get aggressive, shooting for that 25,200, which is the next level we want to watch. See how we respond. Do we have passive support here, or can we blast right through it? A little bit of support right here at 206. Back above 208. So above 208 is it's not great territory. We want to be safely under this 208 and stay under it. You can see support here. If you look back at 210, I don't love that we're getting stuck right here. It makes me feel like we might come up for a pullback. You see support forming here at 210. We got a previous level at 210 and a previous level at 25,200. It's looking a little supported here, which leads me to believe we could go break this high. Structure is not strong here, so I might have to close this. Still looking like aggressive sellers are pushing this thing down, but at the very least, what I might do is just pull my stop down. To me, it's looking like we might come back up and dig into this gap again. Yeah, looking like we want to go back up and create a new high is what it looks like to me, at least. Ideal scenarios, we come down, smash through this that's been holding us up here. It's just looking like buyers aren't done. See these aggressive buyers around 216. I'm worried these guys are going to push it up and we're going to squeeze. I think here it comes. There it is. So it looks like we're squeezing, potentially coming up to this area. Let's see what happens. If this high remains intact, might go in for another short. Let's see. Monster. So I'm curious to know, like, what I'm sure NQ is probably more volatile during the day, but what do you like? How do you feel about like the way Solana would moved throughout the day with volume? Because I don't watch Solana. Obviously, NQ is pretty volatile. I mean, it can really be nasty. Did you Are you finding it to be like more disrespectful than Solana was? Support here, looking like we might gain a foothold here and come back up for a new high. Oof. Is it gonna leave this high right here, not sweep it? I don't know. Mixed feelings right now. Oops. Maybe I'm okay with it. Above 224, it's looking like it wants to squeeze. I'll probably stop out of this. Yeah, looking like maybe a new high here, and then I'll be looking for that short again. Mm, it might be going. Yeah, I'll just wait. Looking like we might get one more squeeze. I'm finding NQ trickier, but more readable. I like it more. Solana felt hella random. Okay. Yeah, NQ is a tricky bitch. All right, we got that high. I'm just watching to see, are we going higher? Are we going to squeeze this whole thing out? Kind of looking like it's possible. Damn. This thing's gaining some strength up here. Might have to abandon the short idea if we don't start showing some weakness up here. Just buyers for the time being. Still seeing support pop up here at 28. Sorry, 38. Support again. Looks like there's a squeeze in for the highs. Man, bummer. I probably would have taken it off here anyway. Right around here, because I was trying to take this long, right, and then it came back for one more pullback, and then it rocketed. We might be squeezing. This will probably be the area I'm looking for short, but I don't know. Do I want to take this short? Up here, I would imagine we get some, at the very least, we get exhaustion and a pullback. Ideal scenario is we reverse this whole thing and start going down. Got a passive seller here at 25,250. First one I've seen in a minute. Right here. Aggressive buyers still in demand up here. Man, if we get a big squeeze like that would be like, I guess, a 50-point squeeze right there. Not huge, but all right. I guess I'm trying to short here. Tight stop on this because it could get explosive if buyers step back in. Combination of passive selling up here. This being a level that's rejected 3 times now. And pretty quick reactions off of here as well. It doesn't linger around up here. But if we do start lingering around here, I'm definitely worried that we're going to do that. So that's why my stop is super tight. Looking for this move to hopefully start taking out levels. This level right here in particular, 25,220. I want to see 25,220 go away. I don't love that level right there and this level right here. 243 and 249. So if this kind of gets halted right here and stuffed, and then we start breaking above 243, which my price is right above that, I think this could start squeezing above 243. I'll probably have to stop out Oh, what's up, Quant the Gamer? Are you a quant trader or a quant gamer or both? Yo, Frozzy, peace out, man. Have a good one. This is looking a little supporty. It's looking a little squeezy. Looks like we're at risk for taking these highs and going up, maybe like 30, 50 points. I might close this early, save myself a few bucks. I'll just leave that right there at 22, 254. But yeah, it's looking like we're squeezing. So we got above this level, 243, getting above this 249. To me is like very, very high conviction that we could squeeze above this. Take out my stop and then potentially go very quickly to this level. I'd be very surprised if that high holds right there. Doesn't look like anything prevented it from taking that high. I mean, there were 15 contracts up here at 254. Sometimes when you're at a level and you see two of these right next to each other, it can hold price down. I don't know the logic behind it because these are small, relatively small, unless it's just exhausted. Which you can see demand started dying down a little bit. They're still in here. We got this 166 at 250 passive seller, potentially protecting this area. And then we had these guys up top, at the very top of these candles. Maybe it holds. And then you can see up here, we got a couple of zero prints. Demand died off a little bit. So again, I would be surprised if that holds, but I'm not going to complain about it. I want to see this level breakdown right here. All right, I added right here. Let's see if we can get this breakdown. I want to see us dig underneath this 38 level. You can see a little support building right here, 38. Getting taken out. I love it. Negative 13% on this 5-minute delta. Now up in here, do we have aggressive buyers or passive buyers that are preventing price from going down here? Coming back up to this support level at 238. Don't want to see it climb back over 238. Looks like it could. If we do start climbing above 238, I'm thinking it could do the same thing it just did here, but more aggressive. Could come up and do that squeeze. So hoping this 238 holds it down. It's looking like it's going to squeeze, create a new high. Maybe this high, it was too good to be true. I don't like that we created a new low and then we're bouncing from down here. Could be a sign of accumulation at the bottom. Let me see. I don't see it in here, and I don't see it in here, but certainly in here could be a possibility at 238. Again, kind of like gaining a foothold over that 238 above 40 as well. I do like this, the top of this candle getting a rejection up here, but it's kind of looking like we're gaining a foothold. Looks like a squeeze. Could get violent. It's looking like buyers aren't giving up here. Probably not giving up until they get a pop. And maybe it doesn't go all the way up here, but I could see, a pop up and then we come back in. Yeah, that right there, that push down and then immediate pop back up. Typically not a good sign if you're short. We had a buyer, passive buyer pop in right here at 248. So looking like buyers are building a position here to break out. Took out my first stop. Again, here at 42 and 38, just looks like buyers, at least for the time being, looks like they're trying to build a breakout position. Right here, 41. Yeah, I think I should probably close this out and save myself the $10 or whatever. I think I'm just gonna flip and try and take this squeeze up. Quick scalp. Kind of surprising it didn't get more violent. Maybe it's to come. You see what's happening over here. Oh, man, look at that. Aggressive buyers up here. If we're getting up here to 258, I'm anticipating that we can squeeze up. These aggressive buyers will kick in. Looks like sellers holding it down below this distribution right here. Might be a reversal. I don't know. Not sure about the squeeze at this moment. Couple different ways you can look at those stacked buyers up there at the offer. Aggressive buying at the top of it is one way to look at it. A thick spread of a thick chunk of passive sellers right up here at the top is the other way to look at it. So let's see what happens as we approach these highs right here again. Where'd the buyers go over here? They're gone. I'm going short. I'll add if I can. I added right there. At this point, now if it, oh my God. Man. All right, hit my daily loss limit on 2 accounts here. Even though I was trying to be delicate, there's the squeeze. I'll tell you what I was seeing. Right here, that was leading me to believe that we weren't gonna squeeze. Is you see at the top here how it's 0, 0, 0, 0? That was leading me to believe that there was no demand up here after these guys attempted to push it up. And then we had a block right here of sellers that were going to hold price down. We had no demand over here, no passive buying. So that's what led me to believe that we were going to go down from there. I had a pretty high conviction on it. I was going to add into it. Same thing happened up here. No buyers up here. But that's passive buyers. It doesn't account for the aggressive buyers that just pushed it up. After that, maybe I'll try one more short. All right. I'm going to give it a shot now. Let's see. We could have another squeeze. So there it is. I might have to stop shorting this thing. It could just be squeezing up to here. I might wait until it hits up here to try and short, or just not even short this thing because it's getting a little volatile. And you know, what's tricky about reading this order flow was that look at it was pretty docile. Like the buyers were just in here, very docile until you got right here. And then once we got up here, it was looking like this is a failed breakout attempt. We come down as if we're done up there, and then all of a sudden buyers just push this thing up. So buyers just got interested, and I'm sure it's because we just broke this level and we're holding above these highs, which is previous day high and current day high. So I don't know. I don't know if after this I want to go short yet. If we break below this low, maybe. Gosh, it's looking like it could just surprise dump or surprise and start moving down. Let me see how this candle is. All right, I'm in short. I'm gonna try it one more time. If this squeezes me out again, I'll probably just close it up. Come on, get out of here. So, you know, if this ends up going short, this is an important one to note. How many times did it fake it? Came up, looked like it was leaving these highs. Well, came up, looked like it was reversing once, twice. I would say 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. So it's not guaranteed it's going down right now, but it's looking pretty good, I would say. 5 kind of fake outs before it actually went. That's NQ for you. $250 right now is kind of problematic. Would love to see this start dumping. I don't love getting stuck here at 250. If we start coming back above it, kind of in slow motion, I'll probably have to hop out. I might pull off half here. It's just I don't know if I can trust this yet. We're not out of the woods and we're getting stuck right where I don't want it to get stuck. I'll just break even on this if it comes back up. Come on, get out of here. This is what I didn't want to see. Like a pop up above it and then a pop back down. That's okay. But like we're starting to build value over that 250. I'm thinking we could be going up. Jeez, look at that. That's annoying to watch. Look at it. We're at the next level that I want to see get taken out quickly, not bouncing off of. Essentially like right in here. Looks pretty good here. Don't want to see it back above 250. I think if this trade's going to work out, it'll probably have to move through this area pretty quickly, or that's what I would assume. All right. It is moving through this area pretty quickly. Not finding a lot of support down here, which is exactly what you want to see on a short trade like this. I think the first time today. This is a nice short move, actually. Since the morning, since over here. Quick fall. Let's go. Get out of here. Next area. Could see that, unfortunately. If it came back to pull back up there and then go. Little reaction down here around 25 T20. What happened, Monster? Looking at your picture here. Did you get stopped out by like a point? Or is it a sim trade or something? Okay, you didn't want to. Yeah. Yeah, that sucks, man. This thing was wild. I don't blame you. And for me, it was like I hit my max drawdown for the day on the accounts I was copy trading. It took him out right here, and then I enter here and it works after. Well, obviously this was pretty nasty in here. It was looking like it's coming down. The footprint looked good. Where was it? Right here. I think it was right here. And then it goes boom, takes it out. Wild. But let's take a look at the footprint here. Yeah, right here. That to me was attractive.
You know, I guess the one thing I should have paid more attention to was this right here. So these passive buyers already got their fill right here. They didn't need to be filled up here. Is I guess, you know, looking at it in hindsight, the takeaway that I would have from this, they didn't need to be in up here. They were in down here. Oh well. You had 6 losses in a row because you kept going in the exact opposite direction the market was going where you were pointing. Um, you mean you were trying to short it before it was ready to short? Tried to short it, then went long. So then I went long, but it went short. And then I went short and it squeezed. I know, man. This was a frustrating, 15 minutes or whatever right there. Probably looking to add up here, potentially in here around 240. I'll take it right there. Sorry, monster. Today was a shit day for me too, man. I've got to go over this morning the events. I mean, it was a tough one. It was a tough one. We fake breakout here. Look like we're breaking out the bottom. Look like here at this point, I thought we were grinding down. I was like, we're grinding down. We're going to start digging into that big overnight move we did previously. So I thought we were grinding down. We bounce here. Even though I have a long setup here, I'm trying to short it up here. Squeezes. Now I'm thinking, okay, well, right here is where I need to short it. It squeezes again, uses this as support, then goes long, and the rest is history. After it does this move, Chop City rejects, comes up one more time. I was looking for shorts in here. I caught a little bit here. I took one long squeeze somewhere, but overall, man, it was tricky because we were doing wide, big directional swings that looked like intention, and then we would V-shape reverse, V-shape reverse. Not even doing any pullbacks down here, just boom, reverse, reverse. No pullbacks until the move is underway already. I'll reverse Inky's ass. It's looking like it could come up here. Could be an opportunity to re-enter, but it might actually take me out. Count me in. I'm down. Okay, monster, you're in short. Let's get it. Oh, I gotcha. You're talking about it might hit my my stop loss up here. Um, yeah, let me check out what you're seeing. Yeah, right at the previous day high is what you're looking at right there. 250. Yeah, I'll probably just spread mine out. I'll do that. I'm cool with that. You don't want to full port this short now? Yeah, I hope it dumps too. Wouldn't be surprised if it takes me out though. Dude, you could get it all back in one trade. That's exactly what the demon on your shoulder says. You know what I mean? You get it all back in one trade right now. Imagine this is what the demon on your shoulder says. Imagine what it would be like if you took this trade and it came all the way down here with a full port. Imagine. What would that be like? Dude, that'd be amazing. Your negative trades are wiped away. Man, I just had the most random thought, or the most random craving. I was just weirdly, instantly craving a bloomin' onion from Outback Steakhouse. Look at that nice wick right there. I like these two wicks. I like that guy. And I like this guy. I don't love this up here being open. Yeah. Have you ever had a bloomin' onion? It's basically it's like a fried onion with breading. 1 billion, man. You've been doing so crap this month, and today I keep trading outside my strategy. I've blown another 5 evals today, 150k sim. Sorry, brother. I was trading very shittily today as well. It was tricky, man. My timing was off, and I got faked out by that false breakout this morning. In 5 contracts at 25,231. Okay. Let's get it, man. Damn, sorry to hear 1 billion. Today was tricky, bro. NQ does a good job at making you flip your bias and then going in the direction you initially thought it was going to go in. All right, let's go, Monster. You're in 2 points of profit. Let's do it. Let's get it. Get out of here. Don't want to see this high taken at 25,236. Come on, get out of here. Man, if these guys squeeze it up to here, ugh. 1 billion. What kind of strategy do you typically trade? I don't know if I've asked you that before. Ugh. Yeah, get out of here. Do it. Just go on and get. Yeah, kind of to be expected, Monster. It's after hours. But to be honest, I was kind of anticipating not chopping. I was anticipating people needing to get out of their long positions. You enter. Oh. It's going for your stop. I'm actually surprised if you don't use stops and you know, your P&L is usually pretty controlled. Surprising. Okay, hopefully that's it. I think he was going for this. Oh man. Don't want to see it close over that. Go on down now. Yes, do it. No stopping here. Start melting. No. Damn. It looks like it could come for that. Mm. These guys are annoying. Looking like we might come back up. Unfortunately. Mm. No, I did not. I'm in short. It is looking like it could come up here though. Nah, man. It looks like it wants to come up here. Just FYI. So stupid. It's climbing. I need to get back under 25, 237. I think it's gonna wick up into here. Yeah. Support, support, support. Oh, damn. Are you just adding into it as it's going? I think it's wicking up here. Okay. That's not bad, man. You can recover from that. Boom. There's the wick. No way. Is this thing climbing now? It might be. Wow. Didn't anticipate that. We might be climbing from here. I was kind of anticipating, I was anticipating this squeeze. I wasn't anticipating it sustaining up here, but it looks like it wants to. Ugh. If this keeps kind of holding above this price here, it's looking like it's going to do one more squeeze. In which case, I would probably just close it. Man, this is nasty. I think it's going one more time. It's going to pop. It's kind of looking like it wants to continue squeezing. Maybe bulls have control again, and this short is not going to play out. I don't know. Getting back under this level is kind of what I want. Under 250. Another squeeze. Oh man, look at it. I don't know. I got to give up on today. Today is trash for me. Gave away most of my profits. All of them. Right now I want to get the market back so bad, but I'm not gonna. Anyway, I think I'm gonna close it up. That was terrible. That stupid last squeeze it did. It'll probably dump to hell now, but I'm gonna get away from it because I want to murder NQ right now. Anyway, I hope you guys stayed safe. If you were following me, probably not. um, tomorrow's a new day. Oh, I still have one open, huh? Tomorrow's a new day. Yeah. I'll get Mars. That's a positive way to end the stream. All right. Let me find that little dude. What's up, Marsy? What's up, buddy? How you doing? How are you doing, huh? You been taking a nap? You sleepy, Mars? Are you a sleepy, Mars? Ooh. Let me get you guys a close up. There you go. What's up, buddy? Woo, kitty. Are you being a good kitty? Yeah. Are you being a good kitty? You a sleepy kitty? That's a good kitty. All right, guys. Yeah. Tomorrow's a new day. We'll get it tomorrow. As long as we don't give away all of our profits tomorrow. That's the goal. Anyway, I'm gonna go try and relax a little bit and get away from these charts. So I hope you guys had a good one. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Market got me today. NQ got me today. Look at this little dirty move it did at the end of the day. Anyway, yeah, what profits exactly? I set them on fire today. So yeah, see you guys later or tomorrow. Have a good night. Peace out.